April 9th, Tehachapi Unified School Board meeting, regular meeting. And we're starting at 5:05. Ms. Barnes, roll call, please.
President Kaminsky,
Present.
Vice President Kelly,
Present.
Clerk Wood,
Present.
Trustee Cooper,
Present.
Trustee DeSorensen,
Present.
Trustee Napier, absent. Trustee Sweeney, absent. Superintendent Larson Everson,
Present.
and I'm Deanna Barnes.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. It should be noted that Trustee DeSorensen is virtual. And now we're going to have our flag salute and moment of silent reflection. And I've known this lady for years. Heather Ringel, Special Education Program Specialist. Mrs. Ringel.
Please stand. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ringel. And time to approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
Second?
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Oh, I'm sorry, we got to do the roll call. Roll call.
President Kaminsky,
Aye.
Vice President Kelly,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Cooper,
Aye.
Trustee DeSorensen, Trustee DeSorensen,
Present.
Trustee Napier, absent. Trustee Sweeney, absent.
Okay. Number 3, recognition of Capturing Kids' Hearts student greeters. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. I'd like to introduce you all to this evening's official Capturing Kids' Hearts greeters, and I'm going to ask them to come stand up here. Come on up here, guys. Stand right here. Face these guys so I can introduce you, and then we'll face the audience in a minute, okay? All right, your greeters this evening are Gabriel, Sean, Mila, and Catalia, who are all from Tompkins Elementary. They are proud and happy students, as I'm sure you can see. They joined us this evening on their very own time to help us model and highlight our Capturing Kids' Hearts program. They did a great job. Every time they greeted someone, I saw their skills and confidence increasing. They're making more and more eye contact, getting a firmer handshake, and they definitely modeled self-assurance, spirit, friendliness, and hospitality this evening. So we really appreciate all of you being here with us tonight. One of our important district goals of Capturing Kids' Hearts is to assist all of our students in developing good communication skills as well as poise, and we hope that they have gained a little bit of experience in these areas by joining us this evening, and they certainly made all of us smile as we got to watch them in action. So at this time, I'd like to invite the board to come on up from the dais to shake hands and greet our greeters, and we'll present them with a little thank you gift.
Time.
I was just worried that it would be in the middle of the phrase. I mean, whatever you think is, if you think that's a good spot. Okay.
Item 4, public comments on closed session. We have public comments later in the agenda. I'm going to read this one time to cover both times. Public comments will be allowed. The board president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items not on the agenda but directly related to school business. Pursuant to board bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific action item prior to board action. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented, and no discussion of non-agenda items will occur. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct that the matter be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. And at this time, I want to put in the record that Trustee Sweeney rushed up the hill from work and got here at 5:12. Are there any public comments for closed session? For closed session, one item, conduct student discipline discussions relating to the expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Section 35146. The Education Code requires closed session in these cases to prevent disclosure of confidential student information unless a timely request for open session discussion is received from the pupil. Student case number 2023-2024, number 4. And with that, we are going to close session at 5:14.
Ryan?
Yes, Trustee Sorensen?
Hey, I don't have the closed session Zoom thing.
I will talk to the superintendent about that. Thank you.
Okay, wait.
At 6:12, we'll reopen the meeting. Action taken in closed session. There was no action, but we're just happy to hear the student whose case number was 2023-2024, number 4, is progressing positively. General function, superintendent update.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Good to see everybody this evening. Try to walk you through as succinctly as possible this evening's update. You can go to the next slide, Mr. McKay. Starting off with our greeters. The greeters that you see up on the slide are our greeters from Tompkins Elementary that attended our March meeting, but once again wanted to give an official thank you to this evening's greeters who were, they were from Golden Hills last month. This evening they were from Tompkins, and I think they did a great job. It's always nice to have students here in the boardroom. I hope it's a tradition we'll get to continue. So moving on to our hoorays for tonight, we're going to start by welcoming Miss Libatique from Tehachapi High School up to the podium.
Good evening. We had our first Blacklight night. So it wasn't just a dance. We had a dance and we had games. There was food. We had a churro guy. It was a lot of fun, and the kids really enjoyed themselves, and it was a great experience. So yay, Team ASB.
Hooray! Thank you, Ms. Libatique. All right, next up is Dr. Porter. She has a hooray to share with us for TILA. Dr. Porter.
Good evening. So my TILA hooray is that we had our first iReady game party. We bought some games with some money provided by Instructional Services, and students had a goal to meet by the end of the quarter. If they met their goal, they got a certificate and an invitation to a very awesome iReady party with snacks and games, and we sent them back with pinwheels to help motivate students who didn't make their goal. So maybe at the end of fourth quarter, all the students will meet their goal and get invited to their party. All right, thank you.
Hooray! Thank you, Dr. Porter. All right, Miss Ray from Tompkins.
I too am talking about iReady. So we developed a little store called iReady Central, and we started running it several weeks ago. So students who complete the required 40 minutes weekly in math and 40 minutes in reading get a punch card. And when the punch card is full, they get to visit iReady Central and exchange it for some really cool prizes. We took a survey from students and asked what they would like to see there that's different from our PBIS prizes. So we've got it stocked with all sorts of things. The big thing is Croc Charms. I don't wear Crocs, so I don't know, so that's why I'm like Croc Charms, but they're loving those Croc Charms. It's open for TK2 on Thursdays and 3-5 on Fridays, and I just want to give a shout out. We wouldn't be able to have it open without our wonderful support staff. We have a spreadsheet, and support staff signs up and is there for our students. And so in March, we had 316 kids complete their math minutes and 255 students complete their reading minutes. So we're hoping that all of these incentives increase the minutes met. So go Tigers.
Hooray!
Principal Ray, I have a question for you. Sorry. Did the 316 students in math, did they have to meet their 40 minutes every week to get?
Every week, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, every week in March to get that done.
Good.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. All right, on behalf of Mrs. Bailey this evening, we have Vice Principal Liz Spoden here from Golden Hills, and she's going to present our hooray. Hooray!
Okay, I'm just going to read on behalf of Ms. Bailey. Our hooray was a bit sad, but we were also very grateful. So in the aftermath of a sudden tragedy at our school site, we were very grateful for the comfort of the canine companions that provided to our students and our staff. These sweet dogs made a huge impact at our school, and we are very thankful for their partnership. And additionally, we felt very supported by the entire TUSD team, especially by the district psychologists, the social workers, and the superintendent who walked us through this challenging time. Thank you.
Hooray. And Ms. Markison is unable to be here with us this evening. I kind of late notice, so I'm going to go ahead and read her hooray that she submitted. Cummins Valley Elementary School yard supervisors are out of this world. Our instructional paraprofessionals also serve as our yard supervisors, overseeing lunches and recesses. Each individual consistently looks for opportunities to serve students and ensure that our school is safe. Our yard supervisors demonstrate an understanding of capturing kids' hearts and really make an effort to talk with students and learn about their interests and needs. I've also seen yard supervisors playing hopscotch and basketball with students in an effort to build positive relationships. Our team has been working closely with our vice principal, Mr. Sebecas, to continually grow as paraeducators and advocates for students. I'm so proud of the commitment that our staff makes to serve students and the school community of Cummins Valley. Hooray! Again, that was from Mrs. Markison. And next up, we have Mrs. Paxton from Instructional Services.
Good evening. As you heard from Dr. Porter and from Ms. Ray, we're working to try and change the culture around assessments. So not only are we working on changing that culture around iReady assessments, but also CASP. So we offer a wide variety of incentives to engage students in the test taking and also for them to be interested in how they're performing on those assessments. So last week and this week, we were able to visit sites and provide incentives for students that had the highest test score or also the most growth on last year's CASP scores. So we had iPod or AirPod Pros for students. And then also for our students that are 12th graders, they get a MacBook for highest score and then most improved. So it's really wonderful. It's always students that don't think that they're even in the running. They're always shocked, but it's something that's so fun to go out and to do. And once we get back, I call the parents and talk to them, and they're always just ecstatic as well.
Hooray! Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Okay, I'm going to move into this evening's sports update. Bear with me because we have a lot of spring sports going on right now, and I want to tell you about each one of them. So I'm going to start off with boys golf. They had their first tournament on March 18th, and 6 out of the 10 players participated in the match in which the Warriors took first place. The wet weather has definitely affected their season, and it's made it a little bit difficult to practice and compete in early season matches, but we're hoping that with the sun coming out, they're going to pick up a head of steam now and continue on with their season. For baseball, varsity and JV baseball entered a much more difficult preseason schedule than ever before. During preseason, varsity went 6-4, JV went 3-6, and one of the highlights of the season has been hosting the perennial nationally ranked Buchanan Bears, who are coached by 2002 World Series MVP Troy Gloss. Additionally, former UCLA coach Gary Adams and current CSUB coach Jeremy Beard have been in attendance to see our athletes play. On March 16th, the varsity girls softball joined the varsity baseball team for the Little League opening ceremonies. Coach Dees spoke to the players, and Christy Colton threw out the ceremonial first pitch. On Wednesday, March 20th, it was a really special night as the Warriors, varsity Warriors, celebrated Women's History Month. And Joan Pogencord threw out the first pitch, and the Little League Major Bruins joined the players for the national anthem, and the THS student Anna Howell sang the national anthem. Our Frosh Soft Baseball was invited to fill a spot for a team that dropped out of the JV tournament, and they went 3-3 in their preseason, which is always nice to hear. And in the three games of league play so far, all three teams are undefeated. Moving on to softball, softball currently holds a record of 9 wins and 6 losses and 1 tie for their season. They are currently 3-0 in league play. The Lady Warriors played in the Driller tournament and took second place in the silver bracket. Many of their players are top 10 in the stats for the South Yosemite Mountain League. The team recently participated in the Little League opening ceremonies, as I mentioned, for baseball. And JV softball has had 2 great wins this season against Golden Valley and Robert F. Kennedy, and they have improved immensely since the beginning of their season. Now moving on to boys and girls swimming. The swim team has participated in 5 meets this season so far. The girls took second overall out of 14 teams at the Taft Invitational. They were second in the 200 medley relay and first in the 400 relay. Hannah Reagan has automatically qualified for CIF in the 50 free, 100 free, and 500 free. And all 3 of the girls' relay teams have automatically qualified for CIF as well. So they're off to a great start. And now for boys tennis. The team has 10 members on it this season, and they've faced some difficult challenges so far, but have worked hard to get through them. They are currently, as a team, 6-8 overall and 2-1 in league. And the team's number 1 player is currently undefeated and on par to be first in league as he did last season. And now finally for track and field, our THS track and field team members began competing in early March with participation in several invitationals and some really impressive performances and accomplishments. The team will continue to participate in both league and invitational competitions throughout the month of April, and we look forward to hearing more about their achievements as the season progresses. So that is the wrap-up on sports update for this evening, and we're going to now go ahead and move on to Capturing Kids' Hearts. There we have it. So our CKH theme this month is perseverance. We want to encourage all of our students to work hard and stay determined so they can finish this school year strong. In speaking with students about perseverance, we want to recognize and acknowledge students' achievement of goals both big and small, and praise their specific behaviors which demonstrate their perseverance. It's really important with students to be as specific as possible. So an example is that we might give a compliment such as, way to go on your math test. Your hard work and the studying I saw you do all week really paid off. You know, I saw you turning off that TV and reading and writing and practicing for that test, and you know, way to go. Those were good choices that you made, and again, it paid off. Or something like, wow, all week this week you were ready to go each morning on time. I can tell you've been paying attention to the schedule and did a great job managing your time. So we're talking about a test, but we're also talking about self-management, just ways we can find to compliment our students, but giving specifics to them so that it's not just something like great or way to go, right? We're telling them what we're seeing in them that demonstrates the perseverance and their hard work. Also have a few conversation starters to offer up that parents might consider asking students about something they're good at and that took a lot of hard work and practice. Or another worthwhile conversation might stem from asking students about something they are still learning to do in school that's difficult or a challenge for them, and asking them to think about who they might ask for help or support if they need it. So just some ideas, and we're all going to persevere through this school year, and we're going to finish strong as a district. So moving on to the next slide, I did want to revisit our cell phone data this evening. This is an agenda item based on President Kaminsky's request to have a conversation with the board. And on this topic, general information was provided at the August 22nd regular board meeting. And so again, in anticipation of this evening's dialogue, I just wanted to review the information that I presented at that time and give you a little bit of current data. First, as you may recall, the board was provided with information about education code and cell phones here in California. And the California Education Code 48901.7 provides the specifics, which I've detailed in the box on the left of the slide. and include that school districts may adopt policies to limit or prohibit students' use of smartphones or cell phones while students are at school. And it also spells out that students shall not be prohibited from having or using smartphones in specific circumstances, such as in the case of an emergency, a school threat, or when directed to use it by a staff member, like because they're doing an activity in class or something along those lines. Also here in TUSD, at the secondary level, our cell phone guidelines are spelled out within each school's student handbook. So you'll see the box in the right on the slide details the policies at Tehachapi High School. And then if we can go to the next slide. The slide there on the left details the policy that's in the Jacobson Middle School handbook. And again, these are the same information and same slides for those pieces that was presented back in August. And you also might recall that when we had this discussion previously, that some data was shared indicating the number of student cell phone violations that had occurred at both JMS and THS for the time period of May 1st through June 1st of 2023, and that information is there on the right. And so just again, to keep you updated and give you some fresh information, I wanted to display there on the bottom of the slide our current cell phone violations that have been documented for this year for both JMS and THS during the time frame of August 9th through March 20th. So really interesting when we pulled the data up that you can see that the numbers are pretty close to each other on the number of violations throughout the course of the school year. So again, my intention of sharing this with you this evening was simply to refresh the information for the board in support of the dialogue that you all anticipate having this evening. So now we will move on to current enrollment. So you can see on the left-hand column is enrollment from 22-23. Right-hand column is enrollment for this year. Not a lot of difference at this time for the same week 30. We have 2 more students this year than we had last year at this time. Okay, and talking about attendance, again, this is data for week 30, which was March 18th through March 22nd. And 23-24, you'll see that first line up there in blue, outlines and details the percentages of attendance that we had for each school site. District-wide, we had a little dip, lots of illnesses floating around out there. We were at 89.99, and our year-to-date is 92.07, which is still about half a percentage point of improvement of where we were last year at the end of week 30, which was 91.44%. So always looking to improve attendance because we know how important it is for students to be in school and help them develop as individuals and progress academically. Sipping with the Soup. Our final session of Sipping with the Soup for this school year was actually held today at Conan's, and I want to thank those board members who have attended sessions throughout this school year along with me. I also want to express my gratitude and appreciation to the many parents, community members, and staff who have attended. We've had some excellent conversations throughout the school year. The time goes by really fast, and every time we have a session, I always say to myself, I'm really glad we do this. You know, it feels good to have the conversations face to face. Sometimes they're challenging conversations, sometimes they're emotional conversations, and sometimes they're really fun. But either way, it's a time when we connect on a person-to-person basis, and many of you have attended numerous times, and I very much appreciate it, and I look forward to us continuing these sessions next year. Now, the school news, you'll notice here at the dais that I've placed for everyone a copy of our latest edition of the school news. This is also posted on our district website and is in process of being distributed out to all of our families. I, once again, as always, want to thank our tremendous administrative team for the effort they put into writing their articles and sharing information with families. This is just one of the means outside of Parent Square's messages that we like to share with families so they can learn a little bit more about things that are happening throughout the district. Excuse me. All right, bulletin boards. I'm going to welcome our Director of Special Education, Mr. Tay Mock, and he's going to share a bit of information with you. Thank you, Mr. Mock.
All right, good evening, board members, President Kaminsky, Superintendent Larson Everson, and those of you in the audience. I want to thank the superintendent, site leadership, and service providers for their amazing support and care for our students with special needs. I've been honored to be the director of such a remarkable group of educators and service providers. We are highlighting the aforementioned staff and give them the accolades they deserve. To make it unique, we used a box of crayons, as you can see up there, and those were twiddled or twiddle-deed with pool noodles and duct tape. It took a little bit of doing, let me tell you. We are all different and bring a wide array of personalities, characteristics, and abilities to our school sites, but even without one of us, we are not a complete box of crayons. It is a symbol of our individuality and diversity. Staff members have colored some crayons with their name and why they chose education as their profession. I believe the most common answer you can find on the crayons are to make a difference and serve our students. I also want to take a moment to recognize the month of April as Autism Acceptance Month. We have highlighted on this board students who are part of our Special Olympics Unified Basketball teams. The Special Olympics have donated some equipment for Miss Vidal's class at Golden Hills, and they will also be part of the United Program of Youth Athletes in the near future. And I want to also recognize two of our members here, Ms. Mackey, and also Sarah from Special Olympics, who pretty much handled all the liaison efforts and given us their donations. So again, thank you and hooray.
Thank you, Mr. Mock.
Thank you, Mr. Mock. All right, we're getting to the end, and let's talk about upcoming dates and events. They're up here on the slide for you. I'm just going to point out a few of them. We have Tila's open house later this week on the 11th, and hope some of you will join us. I know, Mr. Kelly, you indicated that, Vice President Kelly, that you would be attending. Also on Friday, THS is having their lip sync. If you've never been, you must go, because it is a great deal of fun. That's right. We have at Cummins Valley, we have a talent show coming up on the 17th, and then an FAC meeting on Thursday the 18th. Also want to remind everybody that as of right now, and I say this tentatively because who knows what the weather here in Tehachapi will do, but as of right now, we have 2 unused snow days that are on the calendar. One is for Friday, April 26th, and the second is for Monday, April 29th. And if we don't have any more inclement weather, those will be non-student days. The district office, all of us will be here, but those will be non-student days for students. Okay. That concludes my update for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Larson Everson. TAT update. Ms. Bowman.
Good evening, members of the board, President Kaminsky, Superintendent Larson Everson, members of the public. I actually didn't write a report. I totally ran out of time, but we did want to let you know that we're in the process of doing nominations now. We have 2 open positions because terms are 2 years with TAT, so the president position and the treasurer position are open for the 24, 25, 25, 26 school years. And we have elections next week, so by the time we have the next board meeting, we'll know who will be the next president and who will be the next treasurer. So that's what's coming down the pipe for us. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. CSEA update. PTO update. Board communications. Trustee Cooper.
Wandering around town from time to time, I run into students and I ask them what would be the one thing, and primarily this comes from athletes, what would be the one thing that could improve our school system the most? and almost unanimously, it's improve the football field. And I see that there's some improvements over there going on the agenda tonight, and so that's my communication.
Clerk Wood?
Yes, I was told to go look at the baseball field. It looks, softball, it looks amazing over there. I don't see any squirrels or gophers or anything like that, just green grass. Looks beautiful.
I noticed the warm-up, the bullpens have a cutout of a batter help the pitchers with their aim. I could have used that in the day. I'd also, we didn't interrupt the superintendent's report when she got to the cell phones. I think it's appropriate time to discuss that. And then I have two more
Mr.
topics to talk
Kaminsky,
about.
it's actually on the agenda.
Oh, is it?
It's listed under Superintendent Item 11.2,
Oh, okay.
so it is there.
Never mind. I'll go to my two items. First, as most of you know, this year I'm also president of the Rotary Club of Tehachapi. And about 3 years ago, we started participating in an essay contest. And we had a little elementary student, Serena Thornburg, who won both years at the elementary division. Well, she's a sixth grader now, and I'm thinking, okay, I told her mom, it's going to be a little harder now. Well, she won the club award, and so she was entered as well as the high school student that won our club award into the district contest, which includes winners from the clubs that participated from Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Kern counties. Serena won that as well this year. And I checked in with I popped into JMS today and asked Mr. Lowe just to put this in his memory somewhere, it'll jog it, that during the last award ceremony in June that I would love to present young Serena with a $500 check. And Mr. Lowe, if you'd let me know, because I know somebody from the district who lives on the coast wants to attend, so as soon as you know that date, let me know. And secondly, as it's already been touched on, we lost a teacher this past week. And I don't need to imagine the horror that went on because I had a similar situation 7 years ago at JMS. And when superintendent told me who it was, and she told me it was Jenny Jones, I had acquainted myself with Jenny, I think it was in a training in this room. And I was struck by her energy, her passion for teaching, and her involvement. And I was saddened when I heard that she had resigned, but it was to be with her family, which sounds like her. And anyway, my thoughts, prayers go out to not only her family, but the Golden Hills staff. As I said before, I went through that before. I think Mr. Lowe remembers that horrible time, and as this was horrible. And on behalf of the board, I just offer my condolences to the family and the staff at Golden Hills.
Mr. Kaminsky, may I build on your comment? Just wanted to mention that on behalf of the district as well, that couldn't be more proud of the team at Golden Hills and our crisis response team that included our school psychologists and social workers, and how every person came together to support students, acted very quickly, worked alongside law enforcement, emergency services, supported families. This occurred right before the Easter break, so a lot of supports. Our canine companions were fantastic. at a moment's notice, came on to support our students. And, in the midst of this very, very tragic happening, it was amazing to see the Golden Hills team come together as leaders, as colleagues, and as a family. And I just wanted to commend them for the tremendous job that they did and the compassion that they showed to students and to each other. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate your efforts. Tremendous job getting all those people together on, like as you were saying, a moment's notice. With that, item 9, public comments. I've already read what I have to read. Are there any, Ms. Barnes, are any golden broadsheets? No. Anyone from the audience wish to make a public comment? Moving on, consent agenda. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent items shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. When any board member requests the removal of an item from the consent agenda, the item shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. And it's been recommended that the board approve the consent agenda. Before I ask for motions, is there any items on here that a board member wishes to pull out?
I just want to clarify again, my wife's name's on one of the reports. Do I need to recuse myself? Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll ask for a motion.
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Sweeney. The board approved the consent agenda as presented. It's a roll call vote.
President Kaminsky,
Aye.
Vice President Kelly,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Cooper,
Aye.
Trustee DeSorensen,
Aye.
Trustee Napier absent, Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Motion carries 6-0. Superintendent, number 1, information item, review of past confidential management salary changes.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. At the February 13th regular board meeting, information was requested by Trustee Napier regarding salary changes for management confidential positions, changes that have been implemented and are outside of the typical salary increases made annually through the bargaining process. And when Trustee Napier voiced the request, he suggested that perhaps the information could be provided in a spreadsheet format. So in response to the just described request, a spreadsheet was prepared and is attached to the agenda for the public and the board's review. The spreadsheet summarizes the changes to management confidential positions that have been board approved over the past 5 years, basically since July 1 of 2019. And key highlights over the past 5 years include 7 changes to job descriptions, the creation of 4 new positions and new job descriptions, changes to placement on the salary schedule for 4 specific positions, and those are, you'll see them, it's noted in blue in the column on the very right under notes. You should have a printed copy here at the dais for you. The changes in placement on the salary schedule for the 4 positions, the first one is Chief Administrator of Personnel. That position changed from being a classified management position to a certificated management position, which was board approved in April of 2021. The job description, qualifications, and salary schedule placement were revised at that time. Also, district instructional coaches, the title and job description were revised as well as placement on the salary schedule. That was board approved in June of 2021. The revisions on the salary schedule was intended to provide appropriate compensation for the revised job duties, including an increase in the number of workdays, and as well to demonstrate an increase in salary in contrast to classroom teachers, to encourage our internal veteran professionals to also consider serving serving TUSD in the capacity of instructional coaches without experiencing a loss in earnings. And then finally, our most two recent changes in placement on the salary schedule, which were both approved in February of 2024, and that is the transportation supervisor and food services supervisors, where the job description itself was not changed, but placement on the salary schedule was increased in response to an increase in their job duties and workload since 2020 as a result of the impacts of the pandemic, as well as changes in legislation. And those were the two job descriptions, two job titles, I should say, that were called out in the resolution that the board approved when the management salary increases were carried out for this year. So since July 1 of 2019, the TUSD confidential management salary schedule has received a cumulative salary increase totaling 21.5, and the highlights that I just presented detail changes that were outside of that 21.5 increase.
Any questions or comments from the board? I'm curious, the elementary vice principal, it says it's a new position, but I was an elementary vice principal, so that's why I asked.
So there was, at the time when that brought forward, to my knowledge, that was not an active position where we had an active job description. So I know that there was, before I joined the district, there was learning directors and there was some Title I and some changes and things, but on the record of what was available for us to find of job descriptions to go in and either make revisions to, that was not something that was not available, so that job description was started from scratch.
Okay. And so back, you were at that meeting as a superintendent-to-be, and I was interim superintendent, and I'm glad to see, I had presented some changes to the administrative staff, and it was approved at the first June meeting, and then I'll try to be polite, because of a trustee no longer on the board. I was basically called unflattering things and made accusations when I tried to change the instructional coach salary. And but I'm glad to see that you and the last board have made changes that that board had rescinded, including chief administrative personnel and having 3 coaches for instructional purposes and placing their salaries where it should be. Because I had made that request, and knowing I had in my contract as interim superintendent, I had in there where I could choose any position I wanted. And I could have taken the THS principal job as that had been open. I didn't want to do that for a year. It's not fair to the staff or the students. I took the least disruptive, and that was as an instructional coach. And as they say, no good deed goes unpunished. And anyway, I wanted to get that off my chest because it, as you can tell, 5 years later, still bothers me. But I'm glad a lot of the changes that were rescinded have been put in place, and I hope to see more. Because they're every position's important, and every position needs to be paid what they should be paid, and some of those need some adjustments still, in my opinion. So that's all I had.
I don't know if there's any other questions on that topic? Okay, thank you.
All right, let me go back to my. Now the item I was waiting for, discussion item, student uses of cell phones in school. I had asked at the previous meeting that each trustee come prepared to give their viewpoints. And I'll start off. You know, do a Google search and you'll find a number of articles, recent articles on beliefs in different districts throughout the country on student use of cell phones. And everybody agrees that I've seen where cell phones should not be allowed in elementary school. Middle school and high school, different story. I brought this up, we talked about the test scores, and Mrs. Paxton had given a presentation on from some of the surveys that showed our high school students, a lot of them were not going to bed till midnight, so on and so forth. And having subbed at the high school numerous times before I was elected, I can tell you that the cell phone, it hurts me as a human being to see 20, 25, 30 kids walk into a classroom. I can hear that maybe 2 conversations as students come in the room. The rest are all on their phones. And as a substitute, I had to call for security once because a student would not turn their cell phone into me. Flat out refused. I don't know how much that's changed. I'd like to hear from the principals, Mr. Lowe and Ms. Libatique. But it's definitely a distraction. I know there's one teacher who I like her philosophy. Last 5 minutes of the period, they can be on their phones. That's reasonable. I don't want a total ban of cell phones, although I found an article where superintendent said he caught a lot of flack for a year or 2. And now it's, this is key, part of the culture that they just don't bring out their cell phones. They don't bring them to school. I think that's asking a little too much. I know from 25 years in the district that change comes hard, especially when you need to change the culture, and I think it is the culture here. And you folks out there, correct me if you disagree, but it's part of the culture where that phone is in their hands any chance they get. And I think we need to discuss this, obviously, with staff a lot more. And superintendent had, I thought, a good idea of forming a subcommittee of the board to look into that. Possible solutions, remedies, and after hearing from all of you, I'd like to discuss that further. Anyone else want to join in?
I'll just put some comments. So I went to school and took a lot of psychology classes, did a lot of studies and stuff. And like the cell phone addiction skyrockets, especially with teens, and it's linked to a lot of negative mental health reactions. And overuse of phones leads to, ADHD symptoms, a lot of attention disorders, things of that nature. As a parent, I've recently taken my, it's a constant punishment, take away the phone. My twins are tagging each other in right now, but they both don't have their phones, and the reaction I got from one of my kids was disturbing. It was so upsetting. Like, I don't think they understood the consequences of like how much they depended on the phone. However, again, as a parent, I'm struggling right now with technology in the classrooms being a necessity versus a tool to support. and that's something we're working through, you know, with her IEP and counseling and stuff, because she does have computer problems. And so the cell phone is easier to take a picture because that particular teacher does not allow paperwork. It has to be submitted through Canvas. And I don't know, like, if that's a standard across the board or anything. So it's kind of like a catch-22. So now I'm creating this meeting because she has to use this alternative method. So I don't think there's an easy answer, but I would love to see what kind of tools and resources that we can instill in our teachers to where that technology is not a requirement for turning in assignments. And again, I don't know that it is. It's just parents speaking. But I would love to see some kind of reform of somehow to, I don't know, incentivize and minimize it somehow in at the very least in their 40 minutes of instruction. And I wish you guys the best of luck because I don't have an answer for that. But you've got my support on whatever it is you want to try. But yeah.
Trustee, or Vice President Kelly?
Thanks. I happen to have two boys that both attend the middle school, and they both take their phones to school. And I can tell you their mother and I differ on, at our own house, how they can use the phones and how they can have access to school within the school rules. And it's a constant battle. I am pro cell phone in class usage, but once again, I think that's a teacher decision. But I understand that if we as a board don't make a policy and don't adhere to the policy, that we've tied their hands and limited their ability to function as well. Totally agree with that. And I'm going to pat myself on the back because hopefully, Ms. Libatique, this doesn't bother you too much, but I went on ChatGPT, and as simple as write a con point of view and then write a pro point of view, just to see what the differences are according to AI throughout our system, and they're almost identical. I mean, obviously, as Trustee Sweeney brought up, the social-emotional impact is huge, not just on the kids, but us adults as well, right? Distraction, disruption, reduced attention span. I mean, the cyberbullying is out of control. I don't even know if that's a broad enough term to say it's out of control. I think it's, yeah. But there are a lot of good things. I mean, Kahoots, right? Quizits, all those different things that we can do to get immediate feedback as well. So with that being said, I'm glad we're having this conversation. And I think it is up to us as the board to build a system that supports staff with what they choose to do, but also gives them some meat on the bone, so to speak, so that there are ramifications for misusage. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Kelly.
Can I chime in on this?
Mr. Trustee Du Sorensen, please.
I agree with Sweeney about the mental health and emotional disturbance. It's horrible, the off-task behavior we see with kids. I think they would be a lot more productive if they didn't have their cell phones in the classroom. I don't know what you would do, like a check-in, check-out kind of thing. And I know that takes more teacher time. But I know with the Columbine and all that, it became mandatory in case of emergencies. And I think that's the only thing a cell phone should be used for. I mean, if we're gonna have them around, otherwise, I'm still old school. And I believe they could stay at home. We're not supposed to be on them as adults in front of the kids during class session. And the kids shouldn't be on them either.
Thank you, Trustee Du Sorensen. Trustee Cooper, Clerk Wood.
Okay. Having experienced several years of this, both adults and young folks, sitting in the doctor's office the other day, about 6 or 8 people. I was the only one that wasn't on a cell phone. Now, cell phones are great in the classroom if they're used for an activity. If they're used, and there are several activities you can use. Cell phones are not good if you're trying to teach a subject and the student has never been exposed to it. You cannot have 2 subjects going on at the same time unless you have 2 brains. And I don't think you have 2 brains in any human beings, unless there's something I don't know about. But in order for a student to learn, he has to use what's inside of him rather than what's external. I think it was Einstein who basically said, and I've seen that over the past 20 years in the academics at the higher level, that the more technologically advanced we become, the dumber we become. Many students I see do not even know how to multiply and divide, use simple mathematics, or construct a sentence, and this is at the college level. And they took part of that away from us because the last couple of years I taught, there was 75% of the students had to take some remedial course to get into the majors course. Now, I forget which proposition it was, 205 or something like that. The junior colleges can no longer offer the remedial courses to the student. They slang them into the majors courses, whatever they're majoring in. Cell phones, great thing, but the cyberbullying, we've created a country of cowards, I think, because we will say things on the cell phone that we won't say in person. So my point of view is very simple. If it's used for an activity or there's a potential emergency, such as your mom or dad's going to the hospital or something of seriousness, that they should not be used. Because you can't notice over here and hear what President is talking about, and you can't hear back here if somebody else is talking. You can only learn one thing at a time. Now, that's my point of view.
Thank you, Trustee Cooper. Clerk Wood?
I'm listening to what everybody says, and it's a huge issue. I don't know how we're going to tackle it. I did talk to a lot of kids, just because I just know a lot of kids, and they were being honest, and it is a distraction in the classroom to learn when people are on their cell phones. I mean, they just can't help but look, and it's what you're saying, Wayne, that it's really hard to concentrate when those phones are out. So, you know, I know that's my right, that's my phone, but it's affecting other kids in the classroom, so.
Good segue into my next comment. I was looking at the data the superintendent provided and looking at some of the comments. There's 2, one at each school. One at JMS, running down the hallway, yelling and recording with phone, teacher confiscated and brought phone to office. And at the high school, taking snaps in class, claims they were selfies, phone confiscated for the rest of the day. So if that was the consequence, that their phone was confiscated for taking pictures in school, probably of people who did not give their permission, didn't know they were being photographed, that is against the law. That is against the law. And they need more of a consequence than having their phone confiscated. I'm glad that it did get confiscated, don't get me wrong. They're trying to enforce, and they gave a description. And then one at the high school, on cell phone in class, warned numerous times by teacher not to be on phone. One warning I can see for a high school student, there's no more warnings. There should not be any more warnings. Now, I know when I was at JMS, if I had somewhere to go, I had to attend to an issue, and I saw a kid on their cell phone in the hallway. I talked to them. If I was lucky, I remembered I'd entered into Aries. But if it was a emergency or a pretty important issue I had to deal with, it probably didn't get recorded. So I can see we can't be, so in the last month, JMS 97 violations. First of all, thank you to the staff. It takes a lot of effort to go into Aries and record all this, but it's important. And I don't know if the consequences, I would assume they get worse. That hasn't changed. And it's, there's always some teachers, like wearing hats in class. Some are, I'm not worried about their hat, and the other one, no, hats need to be off in class. So some enforce it, some don't, but this is one, as the evidence we see, it's hurting students' performance. And that's our job, is for them to achieve. It's our number one job. And coming in as 1B was safety. And I saw plenty of cyberbullying when I was principal. And a lot of, those students received a pretty hefty consequence. And it's, at the middle school, it's a little easier to catch kids on their phone because they're kind of like infants, that play peekaboo. I would just wait, and I'd see a crowd of 6 to 8, usually boys, gathered around, and I could walk right up. No one would notice. Their attention was spent on that phone. Is that still true, Mr. Lowe? Yeah. And it was like shooting ducks, fish in a barrel. Let me have your phone. And they were like, where were you? Where'd you come from? And I just tell them I'm a ninja. I didn't tell them how easy it was. But anyway, so I definitely like form a subcommittee so this committee can get information from students, staff, and parents. And, you still, in the articles I pulled up, the emergencies are few and far between. The distractions and loss of education to students because they're distracted by their cell phone is huge. Then you tie in the cyberbullying, and they're not safe. Not safe at school. And while we can't immediately do anything about cyberbullying that happens outside of school, if there is a nexus to their schoolwork, we can. I did, and I'm sure the administrators here do. Because one good thing about cell phones is that the evidence is pretty easy to find. But, so it seems like we have a consensus from the board members here that we do want to form a subcommittee.
So President Kaminsky, my suggestion would be that we can agendize that for the next board meeting so that there can be formal presentation of that item to the board and a vote.
Okay. Thank you.
May I ask a question? On the distraction and not paying attention to the rules or the problems, how many of those were multiple offenses, 2 or 3 or 4 times, and how many were just individuals? There were 200 and some in one and 300 and some in the other, but how many were multiple offenses? Because that would make a...
I'd have to go back and sort the data in that particular way. Let me get the presentation here 1 minute real quick because I want to clarify on the data, if I might. Bear with me here for a second.
If you don't have
So
it, that'd be something.
the data from the time period of May 1st, 2023 to June 1st, 2023 was 97 violations at JMS and 12 violations at THS. That was a year ago, well, almost a year ago, right? And when we looked at the data that we have collected this year since the start of the school year, August 9th through March 20th, the number of violations for JMS was 277, and the number of violations at the high school was 286.
No, I understand that. How many individuals had multiple infractions?
I don't have that based on this data. That's a different query. If the
Yeah.
board is interested in looking at that, we can present that. I see heads shaking no.
I think the bigger problem to attack is the amount versus like who's doing what. And then honestly, that's probably a very low number compared to how many times the teacher's actually saying, hey, let's please put that away. They're doing a lot of work that's probably not logged, and I don't blame them, they don't have time for that.
And there's probably a number of student usage of cell phones that were not caught. And these were just the violations that were actually recorded within the system that we were able to pull up as, discipline. Good one.
I'm also wondering if the Citizens Task Force, if it just could be brought up for them. That's a group of parents, and, I don't know how much is on their plate right now, but, it's another group, putting their heads together, and I don't know, the more the merrier.
Also, school site councils, PTO, any parent group, I'd like their input.
So I think once we get that item agendized to have a subcommittee, then the subcommittee can meet with me, we can pull together a group, and then the recommendations that come from the subcommittee can come to the whole board. The board can take action for us then to meet with those particular groups on that topic, and the subcommittee can designate how we want to collect that information, if it's a survey or whatnot.
One more thing, if I could have from each JMS and THS, a description of the consequences for subsequent events, violations of the.
Yes, I believe those are detailed within the handbook information that's up on the slide. That's the part that I included in there.
Oh, I see, I'm sorry.
Do you see it there? The first slide on the topic.
Oh, it's on the student handbook, okay.
So first time, loss of 10 merits for the high school. Second time, after-school detention and loss of merits. Third time, after-school detention or Saturday school and loss of merits.
And I know that there's always an exception for special ed students. It's in their IEP, and for students with health issues. Probably the most common one is type 1 diabetes, and their cell phone actually monitors their sugar.
And
Those
that's in
are
the ed
obvious.
code as well.
Yeah, that's. All right, thank you.
Welcome. So again, just to reiterate, we'll bring that forward at the May meeting as a subcommittee item, and then we can go from there. Very good, thank you.
Is there anything any of the staff want to add to this? Or you want to wait?
Are you sitting on your hands?
Did you see me like shaking my leg?
Catherine Mackey. I teach at the high school. I teach SDC math, so special education math. My classes are pretty small because of my setting, and so I don't have the bigger classes like other teachers have, but I am probably one of the most strict students or teachers on campus about cell phone usage. Thank you for doing what you needed to do as a parent. We had a student in one of our earth science classes where my aide pushes into, and the student came to school one day and was just horrified because for whatever reason, I think it might have been grades, her parents had taken away her smartphone and given her a flip phone. And she was like, how do I text on this? And so we need to we need to find out who that is and give that person Parent of the Year award or something like that. But I do appreciate this topic. Everything you're saying, everything everybody is saying is true. Mr. Kelly, you indicated like you and your wife have kind of different views on that, and us as teachers also have different views on it. There are times when I'll say, if you want to take a picture of the board, because a lot of my students have problems writing notes and transferring from the board to their paper, and it just takes a long time. Or a lot of times I just tell them, don't you worry about it, I'll take the picture, or my aide takes a picture, and then I send it to my email, I print it out, and they have that to put in their notes, usually before the end of class. So they are still getting the material, but we are not having the cell phones out. Earbuds, same thing, those come out. And I think that allowing, for my setting and my classroom, my way works great. And I think all of us teachers are different, so I love the fact that we can still give that flexibility to teachers. But thank you very much for bringing this up. As a matter of fact, I'm also the Safe School Ambassador advisor, and so coming in May, we're going to be running a Be Kind Online campaign. So that runs for, I think it runs for a week. So we'll be having things going on at the high school regarding that as well, speaking to your issue of that bullying and things like that. So thank you for bringing this up. I think everybody has their way of dealing with it. I love the support that I get from my administrators. When I do send a cell phone up, yes, there are so many times that 200 and whatever is not reflective. And you could probably double that, the number of times that we're like, can you please put that away? Or you remember the rules. So there are those times. So thanks for mentioning that as well. Yeah, it gets busy. But thank you so much for bringing this topic up. FYI, I'd love to be on that subcommittee or whatever committee. Put my name in the hat. So I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you for this topic.
Thank you, Mrs. Mackey. And to make her point, the slide with the future dates, I took a picture of it. So when I want to, when's that, whatever, I can just go to my phone and pull up the picture instead of booting up my computer and all that. So, yeah, we need so much input. Thank you, Mrs. Mackey.
Mr. Kaminsky, can we make a note on the record that Mrs. Sorensen has logged off from the meeting at 7:17?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Ms. Bowman?
I want to thank you for pointing out that we see far more cell phones than we write up. Absolutely. If I wrote up all the cell phones I saw, I'd never teach. Yeah. One of the things I want to point out, and whatever the committee decides, don't add more work to our plates. We have enough to do, and we don't have a lot of time to do it all in. I think that one more thing could break some people. I really do. One of the things to keep in mind, too, and you experienced this, you mentioned this, is that when we say to kids, need you to put your phone away, or I need you to give me your phone, they get very belligerent and they get very angry. Nobody wants to deal with that anger with a kid because we can't do anything really to defend ourselves, legally to defend ourselves. And so some teachers just give up. They just say, forget it, I'm not going to deal with it. And some teachers won't take the phones because they don't want the financial responsibility of the phone. And so if you guys figure out a solution, you will be figuring it out for the whole wide world, because there's not a country that I go to that I visit schools in where a kid doesn't have a cell phone. And I visit schools a lot, all over, and I'm telling you, South America, I watched this in my nephew's assembly. I saw it in Costa Rica, I saw it in Guatemala, I saw it everywhere. Everybody's got a cell phone. I saw it in France, everywhere. So if you figure it out, share it with the whole wide world. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Item 3, approval of a, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe?
He's quiet like a ninja.
I trained him well.
If you're ready to move on, I can wait till another time, but I did have something to add. So first of all, I do think that these are a valuable tool just as you said. That's why the school district wants me to carry this with me, because it's a valuable tool. And it is for students as well. It doesn't matter what your age is. On the middle school campus, having said that, these are a scourge. The negatives of what we experience because of the phones outweighs the positives, in my opinion. By the time a student is in 6th or 7th grade, this is an extension of their hand, and it's also the focal point of their social life. I remember reading an article a few years ago that, the coming of age moment used to be you're 16, you get your driver's license. Today, it's when you get your first phone. And so these are extremely important to the kids. What I've found, what I'm working on now with both students and parents is the point of, even though a public school is a very public place, when you arrive there, you have a certain degree of expectation of privacy. And if this was truly just a cell phone, that wouldn't be a problem. But it's a video camera, it's a still camera, it's the ability to communicate with someone anywhere on the planet. And none of us want to have people taking pictures or videos of us and then sharing them with people anywhere and everywhere. And that seems to resonate with some of the students. And yes, the number 278 or whatever it was is a mere fraction. Even though it's an uphill battle and I think we're making progress, that's nowhere close. The phones are always there and we're always having to work on it, and it's pretty exhausting. I'm doing the same thing with parents. When we had our 5th grade parent night the other night, I shared a longer version of what I just shared. I imagine Mr. Kaminsky will remember last year at 8th grade promotion, I shared that I'd recently been to Edwards Air Force Base for a tour and asked what they're looking for in people coming to work for them. And they said they can train people on anything that they want to. All they need is a person who knows how to show up on time and knows how to put away their cell phone. But they have a hard time finding that. So this isn't a problem just for students, it's a problem for adults as well. The other half of our problem is the slippery slope of emergencies. An emergency, in my opinion, is something that really endangers us. For many people, an emergency is, we didn't plan where we're going to meet today, or I forgot to bring my lunch, or I don't like my lunch and I don't like what they serve in the cafeteria, so I need to call my mom. And parents will buy into that as well. Parents are often as big a problem as the students when it comes to trying to control this in the classroom. So anyway, a couple of my 2 cents. I won't go on and on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Anyone else? Item 3, approval of student attendance calendar for the 2024-2025 school year. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, Mr. Kaminsky. The proposed student attendance calendar for the 24-25 school year was on the agenda for March 12th as a first read, and it's being presented this evening for final approval. The calendar does include 8 snow days, and it details the first day of school as Wednesday, August 14th, and the last day of school as June 12th, 2025. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Let me get my agenda back up. Did you want to go into the rationale at all, or we've been there, done that, or?
I can review it if you'd like. I mean, this was a calendar that was developed by the calendar committee. I think I shared that when we did the first read, so.
Please go over it, because I just noticed, and I apologize for not noticing this on Friday when we went over it, but PSPS is on this agenda, on mine anyway, and I thought you took that out. Right.
We did. If we can pull it up, if you could pull it up, Mr. McKay. I want to make sure that we attached the correct one, because we did do a correction to that. And I believe, Ms. Barnes, you and I checked that on Friday when we posted, but I'm checking it out on mine here.
No, that one's fine, but on the agenda, it states, the proposed calendar includes 8 PSPS/snow days. I just want to get clear that there are no PSPS days.
There are no PSPS. Oh, my apologies, I see what you're saying in the rationale. Yes, we made that correction, that's how the item was brought forward originally when we did the first read, and based on the board's feedback on the actual calendar document itself, we removed the PSPS. Our intention is just to make sure that we have enough days in reserve to cover the inclement weather. And if we had the occasional PSPS day, it would work for that too, but you never know. And sometimes, like last week, I gotta say, I gritted my teeth a lot on Friday with a little wintry mix and a little snow that was falling down, but what worked in our favor was the temperature never quite got cold enough to really create some worry, so we were able to keep school open, but we preserved your April 26th and your April 29th no school days.
If the weather's beautiful, that, I hope they show their appreciation to you.
Yes, maybe the sun will come out on those days. But yeah, you are absolutely correct. We were negligent in not making that correction to the rationale. But yes, on the actual calendar document itself, it does not say PSPS.
Right. Okay, do I have a motion that to approve the student attendance calendar for the 2024-2025 school year as presented?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Trustee Sweeney, seconded by Clerk Wood, that the board approve the student attendance calendar for the 2024-2025 school year as presented. And since Trustee Du Sorensen is not in the meeting anymore, I just need to ask for an approval. Those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0, or 5-0, 5-0. Item 4, approval of board policy 6154, homework/makeup work. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Kaminsky. I know we've had quite a bit of conversation on this board policy 6154, which pertains to homework and makeup work. At the February 13th, 2024 and March 12th, 2024 regular board meetings, the board discussed potential wording for this board policy, and based on the board discussion and feedback, the following language is presented within the policy for the board's final approval. If a student repeatedly fails to complete homework or classwork assignments, the teacher should make their best effort to notify the student's parents/guardians as soon as possible so that corrective action can be taken before the release of any final grades or report cards. Beyond the revisions that I just stated, no other edits have been integrated into the policy since it was presented at the March regular board meeting. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Any questions from the audience? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve, hang on, I like to read it. The board approved board policy 6154, homework/makeup work as presented.
So motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve board policy 6154, homework/makeup work as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Intezari, business. Number 1, information item, presentation on planned maintenance and facility projects for summer 2024.
Thank you very much, President Kaminsky. Thank you to our board and our superintendent. Just want to find my presentation copy here 1 second. Okay, so we're very proud to announce the proposed summer projects for the 2024 year. As you know, this school's open all the time, so it's very rarely an opportunity to really get in there and do some of those really important maintenance projects. But we have I think some projects that a lot of you guys would be very happy to hear about, and maybe one of those things in the back of your mind that you were hoping would get addressed. And so really happy to share. Next slide, please. So we're going to start at Cummings Valley. So Cummings Valley, we're proposing repaint of the handrails throughout the campus, painting the entrance and exit arrows on the asphalt for the parking for a safer direction of travel. We've noticed a lot of needed laminate repair all throughout the campus. It's just, getting to that point now that it's 20, close to 30 years old. It's just starting to fray. Grading the lower parking area, if you can call it that. I know that that's where parents do want to go, and so it's improving. When there was the roundabout project that the county was proposing, a plan was to try to piggyback off of that to get asphalt, since the mobilization is the most expensive part, kind of like most things. Delivery is sometimes half, if not most, the expense. But without that, it's just not currently, it's part of a modernization plan just in general, but currently just making sure that it's safe to enter and exit, address any degradation from, weather, rain, snow, like that. Water fountain installation, so Cummings Valley Elementary School, parent teacher, is it PTA or PTO? Okay, PTO, there's a very important difference. Donated a water fountain. The current location is still pending, but the original proposed location is right outside the cafeteria near the restrooms. And the solar project is ongoing. So currently the ground mounts are installed, and just the connecting to the grid, essentially the point of interconnection, is still ongoing, but we hope to be done with that soon, at least before the end of the year. Next slide. So here are just some photos. The handrails, as you can see, just enough time. Kids just touching it, weather, your occasional skateboarder, and just so with enough time, just throughout the campus, just really brings a fresher look. We are also doing some work. Did I skip that? Is that not there? Yes, so the picture in the middle shows 2 classrooms. So that area, when there is rain, starts to collect water because there's a lot of trees on this campus. It's beautiful, but with trees comes roots, and with roots comes moving cement. And so that area always has to get sandbagged when there's water. And so the repairs would make sure that water is not flowing towards the classroom, but instead away. And some of that repairs has already happened. We've already done similar repairs, but specifically in this area for this summer. And then the third picture on the right is just an example of the kind of laminate damage. It's always going to happen here and there. Everyone knows that one piece on the side that you can just pull and snaps right back. But, these are actually coming off, and not a lot of people work in laminate repair anymore. So it's a specialized skill apparently, but we're hoping to really bring, just a little more care and attention to the way the classroom looks. Obviously, there's also safety concerns with just exposed edges. Next slide. All right, moving on to Tompkins Elementary School. The proposal is to paint the inside of the front office, replace carpet in room 21A, classroom ramp repair, play area and parking lot asphalt sealing and striping, restroom partitions and tile repair, as well as the solar project. So the solar project at Tompkins, to remind you, is a canopy style that's going to be providing a shade structure in the middle of the campus. We broke ground during the spring break. The teachers were kind enough to work with us and let us get started early, knowing that we have a big project over at Golden Hills and just trying to get done before the beginning of the next school year. The project was successful. The superintendent did warn me about weather, and I said I'll take my chances, and we missed it by a week, but we were able to get the really heavy-duty stuff done. during the break so that it's minimal disturbance to the students and the teachers. Next slide. So here's just some photos. The picture on the top left is just the installation of the rebar that goes in to support the concrete post. I think it's like 35 feet, 40, it's something really big that goes in there to support the structure, and it's just really cool to see. And then on the bottom left is just a overlook of the parking lot. I don't know if you can tell, but the parking on the furthest right, it's not quite straight. And whenever you look at aerial photos of Tompkins, it just really gets me. So I'm really happy that we're going to be addressing that. Just really make room. As you know, parking at Tompkins is something that's on our radar to address and make sure that it's improved for the safety of students, teachers, visitors, and just as the city grows, the need for space at Tompkins continues to grow. But we're happy to make some needed repairs over at that campus. Any questions so far? No? Okay. Next slide, please. Looking at Golden Hills. So Golden Hills has received a lot of attention and continues to, but we're really glad to see the campus really come to life. Last year we had a large painting project, and so now we're looking at kitchen, cafeteria, and office restroom floor replacement. That is a lot of square footage that we're talking about. So we bought brand new cafeteria tables, repainted the entire multi-purpose room, that cafeteria area, and so now the floor just really jumps out at you as terrible. And so with the replacement of the flooring, you're essentially looking at a remodeled cafeteria. And so that is important to the kids, it's important to our parents, and so it'll bring a lot of, show that we really care and have a lot of pride in our campus. There's also some
I have
needed.
a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Intezari, all those flooring, is it contain asbestos or is it not that old?
That was not raised to me as a concern. If it does contain asbestos, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. There's
Right,
just very
right. No,
strict
I've been
rules
involved
around
in
it, but that was not
I was
raised
just
to me as
curious,
a concern.
because we'd have to hire that out.
Yes, definitely. Looking at continuing the exterior trim paint, carpeting replacement in rooms 36 and 37, which I believe completes the recarpeting cycle over at Golden Hills. And then solar has not begun at Golden Hills, as you guys may recall, a lot of discussion. And so this is a major project where we start as soon as the kids leave, and that campus has to be accessible for the parking lot where the canopy solar is going to be installed. Currently, we're on track, and in terms of coordination efforts and supply orders, and so I think we're doing really good there. So next slide, please. So here, just wanted to show the carpet. It's kind of hard to really show it in the photos, but it just doesn't look good, and it's time for it to be replaced. This is in the back portables. As you can see in the front office, there's also, it has this butter yellow that just hasn't really withstood the test of time. So really, when parents come into the entrance, you want them to feel that they're coming into a place where we're proud of our schools. The picture on the right, I'm glad Ryan McKay's little icon is blocking because, no, keep it there. Okay, so yes, as bathrooms, we focus on the areas where the students are, where our parents go, but this isn't a staff restroom, and, just after so much time, so much use, this is just what happens with normal age. And so there's no scrubbing that's going to save that. And so with replacing the floors, just show some of the same kind of care that we show our students and our families to our staff. So Golden Hills is going to be seeing a lot of a bit of a facelift also in the front. Next slide, please. So as you guys that visit might be familiar, back then this was accessible for ADA and appropriate, and it's no longer in compliance, and it looks more like a skate park. So this, we don't have renderings yet, but in order to make it compliant, we'll have what's called a switchback, which means that it'll, make it easier for anyone. This just path of travel for someone that requires accessibility accommodations is not going to work and is part of the project. And so the front of Golden Hills is going to look very different. We're very excited about that.
Another question.
Yes, sir. Do you want to-
Years ago, we had a staff member fall on that sidewalk because of ice, so they put the grooves in there. So will this new sidewalk have the grooves? Because there's still going to be, I don't know. I'm not saying there should,
I know that there have been changes in terms of, but that's more of when you have kind of like an exit dip. Before, you used to be able to kind of make the grooves in the cement. Now you'll notice they have like inlaid brick that has all the dots for traction. But for the sidewalk, you're saying across the front, or you're saying down this ramp?
all the way down on the left side.
So if the switchback is going to have the grooves,
That's my question. I'm just curious.
it'll be compliant with
Comply
today's
with ADA.
standards.
That's, okay, that's cool. But I think the kids they'll figure it out, but, because right now that's how they line up in the morning to come onto campus by grade. It'll be interesting to see that first day of school.
That's a good point.
Well, I assure you that the leadership team at Golden Hills will get some input from their staff and have a plan going into the start of the new school year. And we're going to, all of us will presume that the work will be fully completed and done and will be ready to go for the first day of school in August.
We have made
No
every
pressure.
kind of adjustment. We've made it very clear to the contracting agency. They know that this is something. That's why you'll notice that there's some projects that it's not as full as maybe as last year. We've done a lot of work at all the schools every summer for the last 2 summers. But here you'll notice that we are focusing a lot of attention and efforts at Golden Hills. Next slide. Jacobson Middle School. So there's a lot of work going on there. 400 wing landscaping. So for those not familiar, that's on the eastern side of the most eastern side of the campus. It's just kind of barren and it just doesn't look good. Yeah. And so very excited to provide improvements there. Removal of old lockers and replaced with trophy cases. This came as the suggestion from the administration. We've already begun, so once you exit from the front office, you'll notice there's a trophy case. There's still lockers throughout. We don't specifically, this is an internal project, while a contractor does provide the glass installation for the cases. The removal is something that's done internally, and just kind of as time allows, every summer we continue to pick away as much as possible.
All right, you answered my question before I asked it, so, because I did notice in some of the suggestions on cell phone uses, cell phone lockers. Something for
If
the
you want
subcommittee
me
to
to
talk
install
about.
lockers after we remove these,
Well, these would be cell phone lockers. I mean, those lockers were there when my wife was in Tehachapi High School, close to 50 years ago. No, actually, your freshman year, yeah, 50 years ago. That's how old they are.
Some other areas, classroom ramp repairs, that's something that's also done internally, except for a few that had concrete pouring, but that is something that we've already began. So while a lot of this work, we identify it as the summer project, some of it we do get a jump on, just to make sure that, we can check off as many boxes as possible. We have band room exterior paint repairs, so you might recall that the band room did get a new roof last year, but when kids line up and just kind of pick away at things, it's just one of those things. So fixing that will really kind of complete at least the exterior. Central kitchen suppression system upgrade. So as you know, as time goes on, things need to be improved, modernized, and brought up to current standards. The Jacobson Middle School campus is where our nutritional services central kitchen is located. The rest of the kitchens or cafeterias, they're known as serving kitchens, but in the central kitchen is where all the cooking happens. And so that is a upgrade that would be funded by a state program that provided what they called KIT funds, kitchen infrastructure. I don't remember the T, but it's going to pay for this. Things, kitchen infrastructure things. I like it. We also have remaining HVAC upgrades at what's called the Cave, which are 5 classrooms north of the 100 hall, as well as the remaining classrooms in the 200 wing. There's also repainting boundary lines, gymnasium floor restoration project. I know that at a previous meeting, there was brought up that the floor requires a replacement. We did look into it. The Tehachapi Education Center Gymnasium certainly did, and we took care of that. At Jacobson Middle School, by all accounts from the people that refinish our floors every year, from our maintenance team, the custodian team. Frankly, it's just more of a maintenance of the floor. You know, it's the sliding and it's frankly more of a cleaning issue. We've dedicated, before we consider, you know, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, we purchased for all of our gymnasiums a portable, I don't know what to call it, so I'm just going to say what I think it is. It's like a mini Zamboni. And so this is going to make cleaning the gym just easier on our custodians, less labor intensive. There's also additional product specifically for gymnasium floors that's supposed to bring that squeaking sound we're looking for when you're playing. And so try to give that an effort at all of our gyms and hopefully kind of bring that area back to life. I think it's a beautiful gym. It really reminds me of my old gym from high school, and I really like being in there. And then solar is still ongoing, though the ground-mounted solar on the far eastern side of the campus, the ground mounts have already been installed. They're just completing the interconnection. Next slide. So on the top left is just what the suppression system looks like, if you were wondering. The lockers, I think a lot of people are surprised to find out that kids don't use lockers anymore. On the bottom left is that area that we're proposing landscaping, and on the bottom right is that beautiful gym. Next slide. Trustee Cooper, I hear you about the football field. One of the things we'd ask is it's kind of a trade-off, right? If you make the field accessible, then it's not going to be, you know, beautiful, free of any kind of you know, divot, hole, patch. You know, I would certainly like the field to be well-maintained and good for game day, but I think it was 2 weeks ago I was driving by and I saw a shot put going on in the field. And if you don't know what that is, it's a super heavy thing thrown in the air and just lands on the ground. So, you know, it's kind of tough to maintain a field, but the campus, with the stadium being closer to the middle school campus and accessible to the PE, with you know, soccer happening in the winter when it's wet and it snows, you know, there's only that bit of springtime where we have access to it just in time to have it for graduation, where doesn't get watered for a week and 400 people walk all over it. So, you know, I think the field is doing about as good as it can for all the use it gets, but we certainly do try to pay as much attention to providing you know, a proper venue for our football players. But we do think of them. We understand it's important to the community, so we do have an update for you that I think your football players would be happy to hear. So Coy Burnett improvements, fencing repair. So I don't know if anyone's been around there lately, but the wind in Tehachapi got the back fence that covers behind the home section. So with the weather, we haven't had an opportunity to fix the erosion that led to the posts not being able to hold up. So while our new fencing looked really nice and the slats really brought a lot of you know, positive looks to the stadium, the wind strikes again, but we're not hoping. We will have that repaired by graduation, promise. We can't have a big hole in our fence. The tape room, flooring replacement. So the tape room, for those that don't know, it's actually located in the Tehachapi Education Center, which is the building just right next to the stadium. And it's a big empty room that is basically used by the soccer team and football team as their locker room. It doesn't have any lockers in it. It's pretty much used to store all the chairs that we use for graduation. But it's an area that provides a lot of opportunity. So we're looking at replacing the floor. Currently, it just has really run-down carpet from lots of cleats and dirt and sweat and whatnot. So that would bring, while we consider that we know it's important that those athletics teams have access to a locker room, by bringing that room up, replacing the flooring and making it more accessible to some of the other programs that use the Tehachapi Education Center, like the Boys and Girls Club. We also have cheer that uses the gym, and then there's it's also open to the community for various purposes, primarily related to the gymnasium.
So what will the new flooring be?
Concrete.
Good.
Tehachapi High School, on the campus, there's just a lot of stucco repair similar to the JMS band room. Just, it's the campus is about 20 years old or more, and so just needs those kinds of patches. We are looking to repaint at some point, but the campus is so large, we don't even know if it would be able to be completed in a single summer. But Tehachapi High School is on the schedule for repainting sometime in the very near future. The solar project is still ongoing. Tehachapi High School was the first project that broke ground with a combination of canopy and ground mounts. And we're hoping to be close to not being connected to the interconnection, the point of interconnection here shortly. We did have a bit of delays with that, which will be addressed in a future agenda item here shortly. Next slide. So here's just what it looks like, the damage that occurred. So it's nothing major, no one got hurt. It happened with only a couple games left for soccer, so really good timing. Just the weather has to allow for filling in the area where all that erosion has occurred over the years and make sure that it has a stronger foundation. We have looked into completing the kind of covering the middle section. So last year we did a lot of epoxy repair to the end sections that were added that were just falling apart. That middle section was still really strong, but just, once you paint something or make it look nice. Now, when something's new, it just accentuates the older parts. Excuse me. But the contractor that did that work, I think they didn't realize what they had signed up for the first time. And so the quote came in significantly higher than we were expecting, about $130,000. So it's kind of a tough decision, right? Because it's not addressing a need, it's not addressing a safety concern, it's kind of aesthetic. But we're always looking at projects, and if we can't get to them now, soon, but there's just a lot higher needs out there than just the look of our stadium. But the stadium has come a long way. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback about how it's progressed, and especially how those end caps have really, the new improvements have really made people feel like there's a lot of pride in their stadium. Next slide. Last but not least, certainly the Tehachapi Education Center, where TILA is located. We're the Boys and Girls Club that serves the middle school and some TILA students, as well as where we host our Summer Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. As you know, we've had a lot of work done at the gymnasium. Excuse me. So we did the flooring repair last year, and now we're looking at painting the interior of the gym, continuing with the new bleacher installation, as well as restoring the band room in the Tehachapi Education Center. Next slide.
I got another question.
Yes, sir.
I meant to email, I want to publicly thank you for answering all my questions that I emailed you. But I forgot this one. Who uses the band room there?
Nobody. So currently, I believe it had some water damage, and
Right,
so as you
okay.
can see from this photo, so the band room is the picture on the bottom left. And so, who are you asking? Who will be using it once it's?
If you know the answer to that, I'll ask it.
Yes. So the repairs are part of the expanded learning program, so that it would be funded by that program. So for after-school enrichment, summer, doesn't mean that when it's open and available that TILA wouldn't have access to using the band room, but it would just go to serve all the programs that are served at TEC, Boys and Girls Club, summer.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. They're allowed to use it?
They're using the ceramics room that's right next door.
Yeah. No, so it's just, it's really exciting to really see that room. You know, there was a couple areas, there was a couple rooms in that building that had some damage, and, you know, it's a lot of money to repair, especially when you're paying prevailing wage. And we've just been fortunate to be in a financial position over these last years. I mean, it's a really tough circumstance of how we got additional funding, but really bringing to life the Tehachapi Education Center has been really fun from a project perspective, and excited to see what we get to offer. At the top left, I don't know if the picture is really doing it justice, but I don't know if anyone has been in that gymnasium before. A lot of the tiles along the high parts of the wall have been replaced, repainted. There was like a catwalk that was super unsafe, and I don't know who would go up there, but that's been removed. And so now it's got a kind of just black and white, just, you know, kind of simple theme to it, and really excited about just having another gymnasium that provides access to a lot of, especially here in Tehachapi, where having something indoors is really important because, you know, we go 4 or 5 months out of the year where it's just way too cold to be outside. And so we get to offer a lot of things that certain communities don't get to have. But this gym is really coming along. It includes improvements to the hallways. So the picture on the right has the vestibule right in front of the gym where you would enter. So the walls are painted, and this picture doesn't show it, but the floors are also going to be painted. And so to be a matching color, it was originally kind of a faded blue. Next slide. Oh, I think that's it. So there are 2 other things that I wanted to bring to your attention. So we talked about the solar throughout the different slides. And so that's something we're excited to be wrapping up here shortly. And then we have security is obviously a very important part to us. And so last year we did have the doors that have to be temporarily unlocked in order to provide access. That was a really large undertaking that we got done before the year started. But the intercom part is now the next phase, where we're providing a professional system that would have access, so someone on the inside would have access either through kind of like a handheld system on their desk, through an application on their computer, or through a phone application. So, because one of the things we're running into is that, you know, someone has to be able to see them from where they're sitting, but that person might not always be there. They're entitled to go to the restroom, go to lunch, you know, take a day off. And so this way, no matter who is there, they all have access to see and interact with who's outside before granting access to the front office. And so that project should be completed by the end of the year. We're having a lot of trouble with this vendor, you know, but currently we have provided a timeline of the 3rd week in July. We haven't gotten any pushback yet, but you know, this is a big part of some of the upgrades that we're doing. You know, it's not just all for show. Safety is a really critical part, and you know, I just think it's important to make sure that it's as easy as possible to make it as safe as possible. You know, there isn't much you can do. I've gotten all kinds of requests to remove windows, to increase the size of fences, bulletproof glass, all kinds of things. But the thing is that a school is accessible. It's a large campus. You know, it's just inherently a tricky situation because you'll have a big group all of a sudden at for 30 minutes, and then in the morning and the afternoon. It's just really tricky. But the thing is that when our kids are on campus, we want them to feel safe. We want parents to know that they're safe, and we also want our staff to feel safe. And so this is something that we're really investing a lot of time and effort in, and hopefully completing and kind of bringing us to this new standard that is kind of expected of schools, with safety just being on the front of everyone's mind. And that's it.
Any questions or comments from the board? All right, move on to number 2, adoption of resolution number 01 APR 24, impoundment of local tax revenues to anticipate pending claims and/or litigation. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Local tax revenues are from the collection of local property taxes by the county. An entity is entitled to question or legally challenge how much tax is being levied on them and whether the liability belongs to them. And so the district may be held responsible if that final determination is made. As many things in government, sometimes it'll be something retroactive to a previous year. So in order to maintain our LCFF entitlement, right? So if our property tax is reduced, the state aid makes up the difference, but they only do that in the current year. So the recommendation of the county is to transfer the amount that is being questioned or legally challenged at the county level, $1,488,835.78, to move into what's called an impound account. And this would have no impact on our regular funding and is just purely administrative. We bring this every year around this time, and we're just seeking your approval to adopt this resolution.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion to approve adoption resolution number 01 APR 24, impoundment of local tax revenues to anticipate pending claims and/or litigation as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Sweeney, that the board approve the adoption resolution number 01 APR 24, impoundment of local tax revenues to anticipate pending claims and/or litigation as presented. All in now it says roll call vote. I think we were under the impression.
It's a resolution, so roll
We'd
call
still
vote.
have to, yeah. Roll call vote, Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Sorensen absent. Trustee Napier absent. Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item 3, motion passes 5-0. Number 3, approval of amendment number 2 to power purchase agreement with Forefront Power LLC. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. We're proposing a second update to our solar project agreement with Forefront Power. This updates and addresses some unexpected challenges. As you might recall, the first amendment was to increase the rates at which we would be purchasing power. That's because a lot had changed between the initial agreement, and this would just ensure the feasibility. Now, the second amendment focuses on 2 things. Number 1 is extending the construction start timeline for the project at Tehachapi High School from 180 days to 280 days due to delays from the delivery of materials, as well as with dealing with the SCE and getting the point of interconnection done. The second part would be just some updates to the termination values table. So what that means is that because we entered into a 20-year agreement, Forefront Power has fronted all of the costs related to the installation of all the solar panels, the upgrades, all of the services, any construction related to it, and that's built into the rates that we pay. So if we were to cancel, this section of the contract details how much at what rates we would pay for the power that we had agreed to purchase from them. This only comes into play if we were to cancel, which we don't intend to, but it's still an element of the agreement, so requires formally memorializing into as an amendment. And we seek your approval to make these changes to the agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to the board to approve amendment number 2 to power purchase agreement with Forefront Power LLC as presented? And this is for all 3 items you attached, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Kelly, make Kelly a second.
It was motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the amendment number 2 to power purchase agreement with Forefront Power LLC as presented. And these are they're written up as resolutions, so let's do a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee DeSorensen absent. Trustee Napier absent. Trustee Sweeney.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 4, approval of the agreement between Life Signs Incorporated, General ASL Interpreting, and Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Our American Sign Language service providers, the position, we have a sign language interpreter, require specialized training and certification. Sometimes they have unforeseen absences, and we need to ensure that there is continuity of this support. And so we're looking to enter into an agreement with Life Signs Incorporated to provide ASL interpreting services for the Tehachapi Unified School District. The service would be at a cost of $93 per hour. It's not for a specified amount of time. This is just an access for this service in order to maintain that level of support for particular students. At the cost of these services would be covered by the budget allocated to special education for professional services. We did consult with our partners at CSEA, and they are supportive of this agreement, and we seek your approval for these entering into the agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I have a question. Is it for the remainder of the school year or for the foreseeable future?
I believe the agreement currently is just for entering for the rest of this year, but would be something that we would be open to in the future. I think it just kind of depends how it goes, right? There's questions as to how much notice do we get and how available are they? You know, should we run into the fact that you know, they're just never available when we need them? We might explore a different option or maybe not continue the agreement, but currently it's just for the remainder of the year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Need a motion to approve the agreement between Life Signs Incorporated, General ASL Interpreting, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented.
A motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve the agreement between Life Signs Incorporated, General ASL Interpreting, and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Intezari. Instructional Services, Mrs. Paxton.
Good evening.
Item 1, information item, Williams Complaint Quarterly Report.
Okay, California Code of Regulations, Title 5, Section 4600-4687 requires a quarterly Williams complaint to be provided to the board. No Williams complaints were filed for the period between January 1st and March 31st, 2024.
Thank you. Item 2, approval of adoption of grades K-5 mathematics textbooks.
Instructional Services convened a committee comprised of administrators and teachers from the elementary sites to evaluate curriculum choices. Members of the committee have reviewed and recommend for adoption iReady Classroom Mathematics textbooks for the elementary mathematics adoption. The board previously approved a 30-day public review of these textbooks on February 13th, 2024. Textbooks were on display from Wednesday, February 14th, 2024 through Thursday, March 28th, 2024. The 30-day review has now passed, and there were 3 public comment cards submitted in total. All public comment cards supported the adoption of the iReady Classroom Mathematics. Comments included praise for the inclusion of universal design for learning, instructional approaches embedded within the curriculum, the availability of parent resources, and the engaging student tasks that replace rote memorization. The proposed curriculum was presented to the Citizens Task Force on March 21st, 2024. However, there was not quorum at that meeting, but all members that were present did recommend the adoption for iReady Classroom to be adopted by the board.
Any questions or comments from the board? What does TK use?
TK is embedded in their ELA program.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I need a motion to approve the following adoption of grades K-5 mathematics textbooks be approved as presented.
I'll motion.
Second.
This motion by trustee Sweeney, seconded by trustee Cooper. The board approve the adoption of grades K-5 mathematics textbooks as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 3, approval of adoption of grades 6 to 8 mathematics textbooks. Ms. Paxton.
All right, Instructional Services again convened a committee comprised of administrators and teachers from Jacobson Middle School to evaluate possible curriculum choices. Members of the committee have reviewed and recommend for adoption illustrative mathematics textbooks for the secondary mathematics adoption. The board previously approved a 30-day public review of the textbooks, and they were on the February 13th, 2024 meeting. Textbooks were on review from February 14th, 2024 through March 28th, 2024. The 30-day review has now passed. While materials were on review, 3 public comment cards were submitted. All public comment cards submitted were in support of the proposed adoptions. Comments from the comment cards included praise for the alignment to Common Core standards and the resources that are available that promote student collaboration activities. The proposed curriculum was presented to the Citizens Task Force on March 21st, 2024. Again, while a quorum was not present at the meeting of Citizens Task Force the members that were present were in support of adopting illustrative mathematics for students in grades 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Any questions or comments from the board? I need a motion to, for the board to approve adoption of grades 6 to 8 mathematics textbooks as presented.
Motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion by trustee Cooper, seconded by trustee Sweeney. The board approve adoption of grades 6 to 8 mathematics textbooks as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Personnel Services, Dr. Romero.
Good evening, board members, President Kaminsky. Nice to see you all. Do you want me to read the title, or would you like to?
Sometimes my cursor doesn't cooperate, so.
It's okay.
Number 1, approval of declaration of need for fully qualified educators 2024-2025.
So the declaration of need will allow the district to fill positions when a fully prepared teacher is unavailable for hire. Under the declaration of need, the district confirms it has made reasonable efforts to recruit individuals for assignments in the following order: A candidate who qualifies and agrees to participate in an approved internship program in the region of the school district. An individual who is scheduled to complete initial preparation within 6 months. If a suitable individual who meets the priorities listed in subdivision A is not available to the school district, the district as a last resort may request approval for the assignment of a person who does not meet that criterion, and usually it's through a PIP, STIP, or variable term waiver.
Any questions or comments from the board? I need a motion to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators 2024-2025 as presented.
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Clerk Wood to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators 2024-2025 as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 2, approval of one-time signing bonus for hard-to-fill certificated positions, math, special education, and science for the 2024-2025 school year. Dr. Romero.
As the district continues to recruit for openings, hard-to-fill positions have increasingly become a challenge with the educator shortage and competitive offers candidates are receiving from multiple school districts. In order to be equally competitive, the district seeks approval of a one-time $4,000 signing bonus for the 2024-2025 academic year for the hard-to-fill positions listed above. The funds would be dispersed in 2 increments, one at the end of each semester. This request has been discussed with TAT leadership, and they have expressed their support. Currently, we have a need to fill the following at the secondary level: 5 special education positions, 2 science positions, and 4 math positions. At the elementary level, we have 1 special education opening to fill.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I do.
Vice President Kelly.
I know last year we're at 3, right? This year we're looking at 4. That's a big number. What are our surrounding districts averaging for their signing? Not that we don't need it, and believe me, I know that you're
They're
working.
going between 5 and 6 with the driving stipend and whatever was negotiated in their contract.
And I know statewide, some are doing housing, some are
Yes.
doing other things, and I
Mhm.
get it.
Some are doing tuition reimbursement
Yeah.
if they're enrolled in a program. The good news is, we only had to fill maybe 16, 17 positions this year, where last year was between 40 and 42. The end of my first year was 30 and 32, so
No,
we're getting there.
Yeah, there's no doubt that your department is doing a wonderful job, and I do appreciate it, and I'm sure the board does as well. Yeah. Have we looked at other, and I'm not trying to change it for this year. I mean, it is what it is. But in the future, are there possibly other things we could look at strictly besides money?
We can always look at other things, but we also have to look at what are other school districts offering. And so when they're looking at, it's prime time, it's a teacher shortage. I could go back into the classroom right now and teach middle school, Mr. Lowe, on any GLAP of your choice. And, you can move anywhere, anyhow, as long as you're willing to drive. So when you have districts, like I said, making very, very competitive pay, it's a lot more difficult because we're up here in a remote location to top it off. And so we don't get as many people that would like to work up here or move up here. We have quite a few teachers this past year that are doing long commutes. Shafter, McFarland, Bakersfield, but I come up from Bakersfield daily, so.
Thank you, Dr. Romero.
You're welcome.
I had a question. It didn't catch on any brain matter. Never mind. I'll send you an email if it comes back to me. Any other questions or comments? So I'd have a motion for the board to approve the one-time signing bonus for hard-to-fill positions in math, special education, and science for the 2024-2025 school year as presented.
So motion.
Kelly, a second.
Motion by trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly, to approve the one-time signing bonus for hard-to-fill positions, math, special education, and science for the 2024-2025 school year as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Future items. I think we kind of took care of that one with the cell phone, but I'll ask. Anybody have a future item? Okay, moving on to launch.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. TUSD, as we've launched into Capturing Kids' Hearts, and we're implementing this district-wide, we continue to model here in the boardroom where we can some of the different strategies, and that includes the launch. This evening's launch was going to be presented by Ms. Markison from Cummins Valley, and unfortunately, she has a sick little one this evening, so you've got me to fill in. She's focusing on perseverance, which is our character trait this month that we're honing in on for Capturing Kids' Hearts, and she developed these two slides and has provided them this evening for us. So perseverance is defined as a continued effort to do or achieve something despite difficulties, failure, or opposition. And she provided us with a quote, "Oh snail," and "Oh snail, climb Mount Fuji, but slowly, slowly." And we're all persevering as we make our way through this school year and hoping that our students demonstrate a strong sense of perseverance as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent, for filling in, and thank you, Mrs. Markison. Item 17, public comments for closed session. Are there any public comments for closed session? Seeing none. Item 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 2 cases, Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, case number BCV-24-100415, case number BCV-22-10759. And number 2, conference with real property negotiators, property parcel number APN number 417-020-07-0, property owner Valencia Pacific Incorporated. The described property parcel is adjacent to Tompkins Elementary on Pinion Street in Tehachapi, California. Under negotiation, potential price and terms for purchase. Then item 3, public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. And we do not anticipate any report of action taken in any of these items. So at 8:24, we're adjourning regular session to go into closed. We are returning from closed session at 10:28. And there's no report of action taken in closed session. And with no further business coming before the board, the meeting was adjourned at approximately 10:28.